If it's busy, thank you. Alrighty, I'll be honest. I started this stream without a plan. Or not really. What really happened is that like I took a nap and unfortunately the nap took me. So I'm not as prepared as I would have been had I woke up sooner. So with that, also, no face cam. Because I was supposed to shave and I didn't. But language bird, yeah. Actually don't know which one I wanna. I should just do Japanese because I'm almost to section 2. But I've been learning or looking at a lot of them. Because right now I'm focusing on Creole and French for my eventual playthrough of Clear Obscure and Legend CA. Oops. Always wanted to learn Spanish. I always wanted to learn all these other ones. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe just stop trying to learn. But yeah, Japanese. Yes. Let's see. Oh yeah. I was supposed to shave also. I did not have time to shave. So no face cam. I don't feel like it. But I think most of the audio is like fixed for this because I know Duolingo is pretty loud. I think I turned everything off. Which one of these is one? Ichi. But like you have to whatever.
Ichi.
Whatever. I need to record this. I might as well record this or start recording. Which one of these is 2? Ni. Sushi is crazy.
1時です
Ichiji. So you can hover over
です
the little characters to see the definition, but I'm gonna try to translate it without it first. Ichiji. The heck's a G? Oh, time. It's 1 o'clock. Oopsa.
じ1
Sometimes this thing can be cheating. Which one of these is 3? It could be umbrella.
3 2時ですか
Is it 2 o'clock? That's kind of crazy.
3時です
I don't like how they
This-
translate death as it's. I understand why, but it's not accurate. It's 2 o'clock. Niji desu.
2時です
Like the matching pairs.
2 1
傘
どこ
Hanada. Oh, they
1
didn't
時
say
で
it.
すか
Mhm. 2 o'clock.
1時です。
To
2
Oki? Is that here? Yeah, it is. We do the ones I know first, just in
Thank you.
case.
3ホテル
Sick. 24-day streak. That is actually crazy. Three weeks in a row, huh? I'm not doing any of these. Nah, I'm too tired. I usually do it on my phone. I don't know, it's a lot simpler on my phone too. What is behind this? Not just my desktop. Don't look at my desktop. So yeah, honestly today I'm just doing a whole bunch of busy work because I just got Twitch affiliate. More importantly than getting Twitch affiliate. Crazy to say that, but more importantly than that, I got good internet. I got good internet. That is actually crazy to say. So now I'm able to just stream confidently without worrying about like dips and etc. So yeah, I'm very happy about that. Yeah, today we're just doing a lot of busy work that not necessarily I've been putting off. We just haven't really felt like doing. I guess that's the same difference then. Organizing a whole bunch of folders. And at first, I was really considering just keeping it how GameMaker organizes all this stuff by default. You got your objects over here, your rooms, scripts or sprites and stuff. But like the more I work on this project, the more I feel like, dang, it kind of sucks that I gotta scroll all the way up to the objects. Now I gotta scroll all the way down to the sprites instead of them just having like their own dedicated thing. Yeah, this is gonna be a very lax stream. Oh, just remember. So yeah, I'm also starting up a schedule. I'm a little late today because technically I'm supposed to start at 8 o'clock. Started around like 8:20 or something, but whatever. I am trying to be not necessarily more consistent, but more, I don't know, pronounced. That's not the right word. Because my problem was never consistency. But I do want to have like a sense of presence on Twitch, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna try having a schedule, and if I think it's fine the way it is right now. If you can see it on the little Twitch page, yeah, I think it's fine as it is right now. But it's made in a way to where if I feel like I can do a little bit more, I can make a little, or I can change a little bit, or if I feel like, okay, this is a little too much, go back a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna try doing that. Along with that new schedule, I'm gonna see how I like dedicating certain days to different types of streams. Like today's Saturday, and I usually do game development on Saturdays. Okay, so this is the game development day. And tomorrow, what the heck? All right. And tomorrow's going to be the type of days where I do hobbies or try to learn something new. Something along those lines. But legit tomorrow, I might just spend the entire stream working on Dungeons and Dragons guides and also World of Darkness guides, and trying to figure out how Foundry works. If you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, Foundry is a virtual tabletop, which basically just allows you to play tabletop games online with other people. I've used Roll20 recently. That was really nice. But everyone says Foundry is better, and I already bought it like 2 years ago. So I'm gonna get that situated too. So yeah, we have GameMaker over here, Sprite over here. Today's stream is just going to be a mix of organizing the folders in this project and having fun with some environment stuff and just placing them around, but also exporting these sprites or making these sprites in GameMaker. Are these all the same? I think these are the finished ones. Can you guys see my mouse? No, you cannot. Whatever. Everything's gonna work out. Everything's gonna be daijoubu. Where do I start? That's a good point. Something that I really appreciate about myself, and not necessarily even appreciate about myself, but really just glad that it's something about me, is that I can look at something that is just overwhelming. And I can be annoyed, but I'm no longer intimidated by it. And I feel like that's hard to come by. Yeah, just being overwhelmed by things in general. But like before, I used to call myself megalophobic, and I still am to it in a sense. And I think everyone is in a sense. But like they just see like, oh, what this is gonna take 6 years to do, da da da, or man, I gotta spend all night just doing all this organizing, da da da. And I'm just here like, okay, come on, let's get this over with. Okay, so let me open up everything to see where all this stuff is, because unfortunately I need to organize all the scripts too, because I have no idea where anything is. So yeah, we're just chilling today. And if I end up somehow finishing a little earlier, then I might switch to Hollow Knight. I might switch to Elden Ring, but I feel like I want to make a YouTube video about Elden Ring first, and let the YouTube people know that I'm that I'm gonna be doing Elden Ring soon, and not just start it off rip. Where did I get that from? Iron Man. Oh my gosh, that's not part of my lingo. All the objects over here. And if anyone, because I just got Twitch affiliate, so there's gonna be ads and stuff. I have no idea how to deal with that right now. But the main thing is that like I'm streaming at a higher bitrate, at a higher quality, and my biggest concern is just people with not the greatest internet. So if you have not the greatest internet and you're having trouble watching the streams, please let me know. Honey, I heard something crazy. I made all this. I'm gonna have to name all these or rename all these too. Man, I really like that about Game Maker. I don't know how other engines do this. But when you reference an object or any asset in your code and you change the name of it later, then it will fix it in the code. And I really appreciate that, because if I ended up or at least before then, if I wanted to change all the names to these assets, then I'll have to manually change all of the times that I call them out in the code. So yeah, that's nice. What the heck's this? Okay, I need to make a junk folder. And also, something that I don't like, and this isn't really Game Maker's fault, but just object group, I need a group, is that everything is in alphabetical order. So I need to be more aware of what I name everything. I thought I held shift. Box dummy. Junk. So I don't want to call it clutter. Yeah, because this thing, yeah, this is definitely junk. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. You're kind of junk, though. This one's cute. This is the new one. The newer one, look. Has to be here. Is Struble in objects? Oh my gosh. This is what I'm talking about. I know for a fact that these are objects, and if I hold on, let me just make sure that it opens everything. Yeah, it opens everything back up. So I know I want to start a folder where the object and the sprites are in the same one or in the same place, and they're right next to each other. So I think I can make a group right here. Oh, it's in objects. That's crazy. Let's call it group right now. And that's where backgrounds are. Just take it out. Maybe I need to call it O1. So it's right above the objects folder. Yeah, okay. And because I'm doing environments today, I think there already is an environments folder in objects. I need to double check. Start menu game master. Block mover. No, okay, that's fine. Boss things. Alright, buddy. There is environment. Looks like I started on it, but definitely didn't finish. Okay, so instead of rename this one foreground, I gotta put numbers on them too, because if I add in, because I want to have a foreground and a background folder, but if I don't put numbers in front of their names, then it's still just gonna mix them up in the folder when it tries to auto organize. I'll probably do like I don't know, I'll probably have a numbering system. Like 5 is for all the grounds, the foreground and the background. The midground? Gosh. I think that's fine the way it is. And I'll leave like the actual objects folder for things that actually mess with the game. Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I feel like that could work. I have to rename these folders. What the heck is this? Yeah, this is kind of what I mean. Because here, whoops. If they were in the same folder, it would just be right above, and yeah, they would just be right next to each other. These are 2 different colors. That makes me angry. Oh yeah, I remember that. Is that the background? So this is actually a little weird one. Oops. Because if I take off the whatchamacallit, the grid, and I stretch this out, yeah. So I made this right here. Oh wow, that's crazy. So yeah, I made this because whenever I used to, or earlier in development, when I was messing with the speed, it was really hard to see how fast Jimmy was actually going. So I put this in there, so like, okay, this is how fast he's going. It was really nice. Very simple, easy fix. Fix? A word. Man, I really miss streaming at night. I really miss doing it. It was not helpful for trying to get affiliate. But now that we're here, I kinda can't just do it. Guess it doesn't need underscores because it's a folder. I'll just call this 01 and the other one 02. Because I don't think they're able to be further described than they already are. Come on. Gosh darn it. Put speed tell. Speed tell's fine where it is. Then window seal, that's a foreground. Is it? Blocker movers. What the heck is this? Oh. Okay, I remember now. Blocker movers isn't really... I'll put that in the actual objects. View apprentice? Right. Field day with names. It's for... I think it might be helpful to have a folder dedicated to bosses. Maybe not just bosses, but I don't know, anything that's like really significant, it can have its own folder, just not have to be in objects. Like I could probably have a folder for each level. Well, it depends, because I'm definitely going to be reusing assets for different levels. Honestly, Chicago Skyline has its own folder in the background, so maybe. Should probably have its. I should probably give Jimmy his own folder, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I'll do that. 2. It feels right. Can I make an object without putting it in a different folder by accident? Whatever. I'll just put it in a different folder by accident. 00 Jimmy. Do I want that little dash? Honestly, it makes it a little easier to see. I feel like I don't actually use these. Right. This is what I was trying to use when I was having trouble with the controller. I don't know what it is, but my controller just doesn't read My computer doesn't allow Game Maker to read most controllers for some reason. If I were to, let me show you guys real quick. But if I were to edit, or no, if I were to build and actually create the game, like right now as it is, then the controller would work in the game. But for some reason, in Game Maker itself, or the editor, I can't use controls for this computer, which is really weird. Really weird. Definitely threw me off for like 2 days straight. These are boss things. I don't know. I really like the name of boss things. It's quirky. I'm the only person that's ever gonna see this, really. But it makes me happy. Boss things. And I'm gonna make another folder. I'm pretty sure most people already know who this boss is. If you've been following the streams. It's okay if you haven't. It's fine, I can put the yeah, all this can be in there. And then I can edit the names later. Where the heck are you? Okay. Oh, that happens without the grid. Okay. Give you guys something nice to look at while I'm working on these folders. Yeah, I think this will be really helpful, just giving everything its own dedicated workspace. It'll probably make everything easier to find too. This also means that I probably need to change... Actually, no, that depends. It depends. I was thinking I would probably need to change my naming convention too, because I put what type of asset it is at the end of the name. But I was thinking of doing that for the beginning. But then that would create the problem of, like right now, these light beam attacks, they're right next to each other, and if I were to put them at the beginning, then they will be like separated. Like the sprites would be at the bottom, right? Yeah, the sprites would be at the bottom and the objects would be at the top. Troublemaker, what the heck is that? What's with these weird names? Okay, I get it now. That's cute, right? Man, I was crazy when I was younger. Younger being like 3 months ago. Dang, a lot happened in a year. It's really crazy. Start menu is fine. Did I finish everything in this one? Yeah, I can organize all this later. Just going down a list. Okay. Okay, so back to objects. Start menu is fine. Yeah, because that's gonna be its own thing I gotta figure out. So that's fine. Game masters. I guess that can be in I guess that can be in Game Master. I can't think of putting it anywhere else besides environments, but environments is supposed to be like actual aesthetic, not mechanics. Mover blockers. I think I just thought of something. I don't know why, but for some reason, I guess master folder, I want that little hyphen. But for the folders inside, I want to take it off. I don't know why, but I think that'll help me later. Like I feel like I just had like a vision of future Ryan getting mixed up by folders. Like, don't worry, bro, I got you. I'll put, can I use parentheses? Ah, sick. There's probably going to be a bunch of boss hazard folders. So I might as well mark them, or mark which boss it is. Effects. I don't think this folder is that integral to making this boss. I'll make it 1 instead of 0. Optimirror VX. Should I give each workspace its own VFX folder? Because I don't like how this looks. This random script in between objects and sprites. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. I just feel like it could be organized. That's the thing about I wouldn't say game development, but I guess more so programming in general. Yeah, maybe programming is the right word. Maybe design. But just keeping everything organized is really important. Yeah, because I was thinking about that the other day, about how you have to actually balance between organizing and optimizing, and then actually just doing it. Because I feel like this is completely fine, like just having a whole stream dedicated to organizing everything, because I know that it'll make things faster and make things easier for me to keep up with. But there's a bunch of code that I need to figure out if I need to spend time fixing and or optimizing, or just getting it out the door. Because at one part that's just, you know, making it better. On the other part, that's perfectionism. And that's very dangerous, especially for a solo developer. This is the actual boss. I feel like I want to give the boss his own folder. What the heck is this? Starvia? Oh. Okay, maybe I should give everything its own VFX. Call this 9. Oh, it's a number. These are numbers. So this little Z game start view object, if you guys can read it, I'm pretty sure the the quality is better. But all this really does is that it just makes the whole screen black, and then it slowly fades out of it. That's all it does. Folder. I think that's how you spelled it. I think this is good. What the heck is this? Oh, is this for... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh crap, I need to put all this in Bloody Mary. Okay, this makes me happy. This makes me happy. You get the objects or the sprite for Jimmy. You're choose sprite. This one, you choose sprite. Okay, let me just grab that real quick. So yeah, this is the main thing I'm talking about. This is why I'm doing this. I got so tired of like whenever I make a new object, like okay, I made this new object. Okay, which sprite did I need? Da 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 da. Man. Here we go. Is there anything else? Well, probably a lot of stuff. Maybe I should get all of his attacks, because that would make sense. I can move that up. Where is his attacks? Test here? No. Play projectiles and play sprites. Play sprites. I'm gonna rename them later. Junk folder. I guess these will also go in a junk folder. I feel like this is important. Best viewers on streambo.com. Remove the space. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Is this actually the fireball? I think it is. Why is it like this? What's wrong with me? The origin is at the... You guys can't see my mouse, but the origin of that sprite is on the top left for some reason. It should be in the center of the fireball. That's such unhinged game design. What was I on? No, it's over here. Okay. I'm not as... I don't know, disgusted with myself. What the heck is timeline tile set? Do I need tile set? I don't care. This is whatever. Sparks. All for the grind rails. Where would I put that? I guess I could put that. Yeah, I think I'll make a folder in Jimmy's folder for VFX. Because that's part of him, not the game. I always lose a word to make more groups. Should probably call it JFX. Jimmy Visual Effects. I don't know, VFX in SFX, it's such a funny, surprisingly, what's the word? No, it's just very pleasing to hear. Because I remember one of my favorite cartoons, not my top 5 though, or else it would have been in the list in my panels. But Ben 10. Oh my gosh, Ace, thank you. Appreciate you. Honestly, really want to thank every single one of you, like individually, because y'all definitely help. Oof. But yeah, Ben 10, this alien accelerate. I always thought it was accelerate, but it's actually XLR8. Like the letters and the numbers. I was like, wow, that's so clever. And I think everyone, if they like just play around with, you know, the word VFX, like, what does VFX mean? And like visual effects, like, oh my gosh, effects, FX, that's so smart. What did I grab? Right, Jimmy VFX. Okay, sick. Now we'll go into the environment. Foreground, backward. Maybe I make an environment environment objects or interactables. Because I feel like the let me go over here. So all of these, I can find them. Those are the sprites. I went too far. All of these test blocks. Let me delete in a second. Let me go here just so it's easier to delete. Yeah, all of these test blocks, they all have their different functions. Let me think. Jimmy can Sonic the Hedgehog run on this block. This block is supposed to be it disappears after some command or whatever. A regular block that you can just stand on, like this one. And then this one, Jimmy can walk through it. Is this the... I can do a quick demonstration. Because I've been working on this for long enough to where... Oh, I swear it's everything. Long enough to where like I can give an explanation every now and then. Oops, there we go. It is on Broadway. I think the music's off. I really want to do music streams too. I gotta figure that out. So yeah, Jimmy can walk on these blocks. But then this one, oh, that actually might make a glitch. No, okay. Right, that's the whole thing I did. Where I actually couldn't figure out how... Yeah, there was this glitch where if a grind roll was right next to a wall, Jimmy would phase through it. I was like, oh my gosh, how do I fix that? Like, I don't know, just not make a wall next to a grind rail, forehead. But yeah, all of these blocks have their own properties. And I'm thinking that they can stay in the objects folder, like the regular objects folder. Maybe I do add them in environments. Let me close out enemies, that's a really long folder. Man, I wonder where my YouTube people at. I guess they're not up around this time. I think the really crazy part is that I've definitely noticed on that 7 stream in a row week that I definitely have more viewership from Twitch than YouTube, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just really weird because I have over 410 subscribers on YouTube and only 80 followers on Twitch, but I get most of my viewers from Twitch. I dual stream, so like the YouTube people should be eating good in theory. They're just not here. It's okay. I was just like, I thought. Definitely thought. Maybe they're just lurking. I need to rename these attack objects. Where was I just at? Because I was adding into VFX, and I was wondering. I don't need to call these test blocks anymore. They do their own thing. Maybe instance blocks. I feel like objects. Were those sprites? It's crazy. Okay. I need to rename all these too. Instance blocks. This is really funny because, like, you know, this object right here, this is what Jimmy actually like walks on and interact with, but it's actually a child of this object right here. even though it doesn't really have a body. And that's just a little game maker quirk that I worked around. Basically, this has, what does this have? Basically, I created a parent object, and it doesn't really matter if it has a body or anything. But like, how do I want to explain it? The way I coded it is that everything is actually interacting with this object, and because this block is a child of that object, it also allows me to program this as well. And the reason you do that is because GameMaker doesn't have like tabs or groups. So grind rail, for instance, let me see if I can explain it. Okay, so they're not related, but they're not related, but grind rail, for instance, works exactly the same way as a soft block because Jimmy can jump through it. And so I just have a parent I'm saying object a lot, I'm probably confusing some people. It just works. NB block, what the heck? The heck is this? Oh, invisible block. Why is it invisible? I must have been tired. I'd do that. Yeah. Oh, it should be invisible. It must be something else. But yeah, that's what these are. Like this block right here. It's exactly the same as the light blue box. They're just invisible and Jimmy can't pass them. So, in other words, invisible walls. Very easy thing to do. What the heck is this? You're just eating my data? You're a sprite? No, you're not. I'm gonna make another folder and just call this one clutter. Because there are definitely some I don't use. Let's see. Flutter. So it's at the bottom. Thought it would be at the bottom, whatever. Test wall, what is this? It's not a, what is this? Oh crap, whoops. Get out of here, Shubel. What are you doing here, actually? Hold on. What are all you guys doing here? Well, you're the one I'm dealing with right now. You should be here, in the enemy layer. I mean, what are these? That's invisible. I just started making these. Oh wait, are those? Okay, yeah, so that's the grind rail. It's invisible. Okay, those are the wall jump, the wall jump blocks. I just remembered. Yeah, there was a glitch to where Jimmy can actually fall through the world when he's wall sliding, which is why there is no wall slider next to the floor. Yeah, Jimmy can pass through this. Yeah, okay. I remember now. ABC. This should be C. Just so they're next to each other. I guess I can call this E. The heck is this? Oh. I'll put this in environments. The heck is this? Whatever. Would that be background or foreground? No, the foreground Jimmy can actually interact with. Wouldn't that mean the trees are background? I'm gonna make a new folder called buildings. Because I was thinking of making buildings like individually with individual blocks and just stack them on top of each other. But this object, it's a whole thing. I think it's actually in this map. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's completely together, it's not separated at all. Huh. Need to organize this, but it's fine as it is right now. These should be like teleporters. Need to save. Let's say it could be in Game Masters. No, that might get complicated. It's okay to keep it separate. Maybe I can put these in rooms? But that's so far down. And the reason I'm doing this is to keep everything together. Or to make my workflow more efficient. I just instance blocks. Change this to mechanics blocks. Instance movers makes more sense. I could put that in Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy's folder is fairly organized. And it would make sense. Because all that belongs to the player. I really wonder how well I can keep this up. Because on the schedule it says 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's really 4 hours. Because the way that I wanted the schedule to be, it makes a little bit more sense in like this Excel sheet I made. But you can't make variances for Twitch or making a schedule. But what is it? It's like 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Maybe it's 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I forget. But it's 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock on Monday and Thursday. And then it's 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. But really, that's supposed to be like guaranteed times that I stream, because I might stream earlier, I might stream a little later. And I can't really like just make a variance for that. Goodness. It's 9. Should be 9 VFX parenthesis. Because every boss is gonna have their own little folder for that. There might be some quote unquote global VFXs. But I know for a fact I might want some bosses to have unique stuff. Okay. Just don't get much. Let me. Yeah, I'm not dealing with enemies. Oof, yeah, I'm not dealing with that right now. Not dealing with that right now. Let's see, let me see. Make another folder in here and just call it Z later. Because clutter is kind of like a junk pile. I have no idea what those are for. But then this, that's important. I need that, but it's not finished. So I'm just putting it away. Test wall? That's definitely not real. I think these are supposed to be moving platforms. I don't know. Put that in clutter. I'll figure it out later. These definitely work. I can call it A. Should this be A, the temp? Nah, I called it A because it's a child of this one. Yeah, I can call it A. It's probably why I didn't want to change it, because it's about the one that I actually used the most. Next is this clutter. Slant. Alright, I need that too. I can keep them as tests. It's whatever. I know what they do. So the difference between this object and this object, block slant, is that this is meant to be, as it is, a square. Oh, whoops. But this one is meant to be rotated. And it will act how it's supposed to. The other one doesn't do that, or it's not supposed to do that. There's not really a point to separating them, but from what I understand, if I can find it, visible solid, parents, physics? It's not physics. I'll think of that out later, but from what I understand, even if you keep the object like this, like completely square, no slants or whatever, and there's no need for calculations for the engine to do, when you make the hitbox for it precise, even if it's not slanting, it will mess with the whatchamacallit, the optimization. The heck is sine wave? It's not doing anything. Put that in clutter. This one's a sprite. This is actually let me see. No, there's a VFX. Yeah, okay. They aren't the same thing. Because this VFX, this is the object. No, they're both the same. Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. This is the little object that comes off when Jimmy is grinding on rails. It's supposed to be sparks. And I was thinking they're the same thing, but they're not. They're just colored similarly, which isn't helpful past Ryan. See clutter. Useless. I can call this one C, B. Just remember, I need to ask my roommates what the Wi-Fi password is for my phone. Yeah, it's alright. Mother plaid. Yeah, sure, whatever. I think I'll just make it the same thing, but put parents in parentheses. So that's all hunky-dory. Instance movers. States and objects. Maybe I will put it in Game Master. Yeah. But maybe. How does that look? The effects. This, all this stuff. Not all this stuff. This butterfly companion that goes to Jimmy. I can make a folder for the controller specifically. I think that is literally all of this. Eh? Did I accidentally name it? Oh, I did. Okay, now I'm tripping. What's this? One Game Master? And you actually need an object to program the use of a controller or a gamepad, and that's what those objects are. Camera stuff. I actually wouldn't mind putting this in Jimmy's folder, but I think it's fine. It's Viewmaster and Viewmaster Apprentice. So this one. Game Master deals with overarching mechanics like HP and mana. Put this in instance movers. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. We can deal with this later. I need to keep it open. The laser at the shader. Global VFX. So after laser and after shader. I can give an example real quick. Oh, it's in the boss room. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm pretty sure the music's off. Yeah, so that's what that is. That script creates this effect. And if some bullets spawn around, that's what after laser does. If they do spawn, I forget if I disabled them or not. I don't think so. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what after laser does. It leaves a trail for bullets. This is not done. I just don't like how that's in front of sparks. What do sparks do? Isn't this... Doesn't Jimmy have those? What the heck? Yeah, these are Jimmy's. This should be in controller stuff. You guys see this, right? For all the people chilling, just vibing to the whims of the synthwave and my voice. If you are watching the stream, you guys see how this is helping a lot. Like, even though like I haven't really done anything with it yet, it's very easy to see that, oh my gosh, things are making sense now. And it's no different than like cleaning your room or doing the dishes, if I'm being completely honest. Is this object useless? But you know, doing menial tasks, very helpful for both your mental state and obviously your environment, which also affects your mental state. But like if you're having a bad day, legit, if you are having a bad day, just do some chores. Like, it's gonna suck, but after you do it, you're gonna feel a little bit better. Not a lot better, but a little bit better. Oh, I think I wanted this to be something. It doesn't do anything. I really want to just delete it. What if it's important though? So I'll keep it in for now. I'll put this in environments. It's not part of anything special. Also put that in backgrounds, even though it's not really helpful. It doesn't really do anything. What is this? I think I created this specifically to see how it looked. So this is useless, but I might make Jimmy a clutter folder and put stuff like that in there. Now, enemies, which is right here. First of all, it does have a clutter. I actually use this clutter though. So it's not helpful. I'm gonna change the name later, but for right now, just call it True Clutter. We can build stuff around that. You're definitely supposed to be in there. I don't know what you do. What are these? What? Why? And it's 66 instead of 64. I knew that number threw me off for some reason. And this thing just doesn't exist. Okay, I can put you in junk. I'm so glad that I actually already organized the music or the sound effects. Because there's not that many sound effects, or like just sounds in general. So I was just doing it as I added them in. I'm so glad I did that preemptively. I don't think I can make. Wait, can I? Yeah, I can make folders the same name as long as they're in different places. Okay. It's helpful. Particle systems. Honestly, I just use VFXs for those. I actually don't like Game Maker's particle system. I didn't know it had a system until like 2 months ago, and I looked at it. It's like, this looks a little realistic. This doesn't give me NES vibes at all. But it might be nice. I assume like a lot of people would use it, but I guess not pixel artists or games that are pixelated. Does not help for that. As far as I know. Maybe I just need to mess around with it a little bit more. Bad move. Why don't I call it that? What's wrong with you? Enemy scripts, player scripts, optimization tools. I can put you. Yeah, no. This will be helpful if it's in Jimmy's folder. Because these are supposed to be workstations, and I definitely mingle around from these scripts to Jimmy quite often. Let's see. Don't need rooms right now. These are mostly done. I'll come back to enemies later. Yeah, these are good. Like definitely around the end of the stream, I'll look through this later, or look through it again later. These are objects. Should be in global VFX. Oh no, VFXs are scripts. No, these are objects right here. No, yeah, this is an object. Why do I call it VFX? Was I trying to be cute? What? That objects have to what? Oh, this was something that I wanted to do, but didn't work as I thought it did. It's really hard to explain. Oh, basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a script that adds to this variable every single time an object spawned, so that way I would know if an object that was supposed to get deleted didn't get deleted. because I know that's what you call a memory leak, or that's how you make a memory leak. Is when you create objects without deleting them, and so it eventually just eats up the RAM on someone's computer. Very unfortunate. And definitely something I want to avoid. I could put these I feel like that's right. Like, even though this is the scripts folder, I feel like this is right. Like, it actually doesn't look like this. That sprite is just a placeholder. Where'd that though? Sprite 80? Maybe it's in junk. Yeah. Actually don't mind it being up there. Maybe after FX and then call it sprite. I think that's why I called it after laser and after shader, because I named it after effects. Test block. These can stay down here, but I feel like it might be beneficial to put them with their object counterparts, which is, it's not in enemies, it's not game masters. There we go, mechanics blocks. Yeah, I can put it, I'll put it there. But then I'll put it, yeah, it's in its own thing, it's not separated. Because it doesn't really need to be. It's probably be separate. Oh, the opposite. Can move this to environments real quick. Like, as long as I put it there, I know that I'm supposed to mess with it. Here's it. I'm sure it's there. Did I not grab it? It was weird. Just gonna put sprites after. Jimmy has the HUD in his folder. I'll do the same thing I did with the these objects. Like the sprites are in the folder where the objects are. So that way they're not too far away from each other. Okay. These are sprites. Maybe just because of that, maybe I should put global VFX outside of everything and make it its own dedicated folder. Jimmy, group objects. Yeah, that feels right. Enemy sprites, sprites in general. Most of the stuff has been moved already. Oh, it's in objects. This is what I mean. Like, it's just like I just know where everything is now. And, like, they're all closer together. Worried about sounds right now. This is clutter, like all these butterflies, because I don't use them. I can honestly put them at the very bottom. See chunk. I think these are also I might want to separate this because there's going to be enemies, but then there's going to be dummy enemies. Honestly, bosses have their own folder. Maybe enemies should have their own folder too. Yeah. What comes after O? M? Oh, it's P. They just took it out to make groups. Scripts are fine because there's not that many scripts, and sometimes it'll probably be better to keep those scripts separated instead of with whatever they're for. Where do I put these? I guess this can go in junk. It's junk. Put these in enemies. I'm in sprites folder now, but that's whatever. Let me double check sound. Beta OST. License. This is licensed too, is it? No, make this. Very first song I ever made, actually. Hold on. It's gonna stutter a little bit. I can play it. Literally the very first song I ever made. At least with FL Studio recently. Oh, it didn't drop already? That's crazy. It just doesn't drop at all. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I really thought I was getting it with that one. It's not bad. It definitely isn't. I might revisit that concept later, but yeah, it's funny. Put my music here. Dreams about simple tutorial. One sec. Okay, this is just the name is liberal artist. The newer version was a lot better. It came a long way. I still need to like figure out how to master it and stuff, but very proud of that song. And this is just a simpler version of it. Okay, so playing it at 100 is fine. Where is the newer version? It probably is louder. I'll double check. It's a very random tone shift. Is it even in here? I don't. This is one of the newer versions, but I don't think this is the current version I have. Yeah, no, that drum is kind of ugly. This is the original. It's a lot more 8-bit. I'm very proud of that song because I made it without any music theory knowledge. I have a lot. I have a lot of theory under my belt now, but I feel like I wouldn't have even came up with this had I known it before. Yeah, that's not it. I guess I just don't have it on here. Give me a second. I'll just add it in real quick. It's in downloads. It's crazy. Call it OSTX. Because I need to master it later. Artist, that's crazy. So much better. Because I actually really like this song. Oh, hold on. This thing stutters. I should actually play it in the game real quick. Hold on. Game master. There we go. I think it's 8. No, 6. Instead of dreams of, where is it? Here we go. Broadway. I need to go back down. OSTX, I think. There we go. It shouldn't be loud. Let me preemptively turn this down just in case. Oh my gosh, the Kimiko. Appreciate the support. What the heck? This isn't the right song. Hope he wasn't. Hope I didn't ignore you for too long. Hey. I lost my place. It's in rooms. Is it? Okay, you're back. Hey, what's up? What's up? I didn't notice you for a second. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. What was I just doing? I was looking through. Where did the rooms go? Here we go. So small now. What is this? P2? I'll call it P4, whatever. Ah, that was by accident. Here we go. Yeah, I was just talking about how I made this song. Okay, I can turn it up a little bit more. Yeah, I made this song, and this is the most revised version. And I was just saying, like, I was really proud of it because of how much I've worked on it for. I'm proud of it. Yeah, I really like how the bass, the piano, and the little, not a hi-hat, what is it called? The drums, like just crashing at the very beginning. I think I did a really good job making the theme for the first level. Honestly, this might be, it's super cute. Oh, thank you. I feel like this might be the main theme for the series, quote unquote, if this game is successful. Because I don't know, I feel like I really cooked with it. It's not jazz, but it's very light jazz. It's very amateur jazz. That's enough of that. Back to synthwave. Okay, so this needs to get deleted. Yeah, I'm just chilling, organizing a whole bunch of files. Hope you're doing well tonight. The enemy object is this? I guess. Sure. Let it thank you. Leftover Chinese food. It sounds nice. I really love fried rice. Very simple, man. I like rice in general, but fried rice is really nice. Where would I put this? I guess we need to start organizing this entire folder if I want to know where this is going to be. I think this can go in global VFX. Maybe. Or maybe because it's like enemy stuff. I'll give enemy VFX folder. Fried rice is definitely really good. I haven't had Asian food in a minute. I used to like get some on my way to college or class. Don't do that anymore. Haha, I graduated. I miss the Chinese food though. It's so out of the way. I guess there's always Uber Eats, but man, the way my pockets be empty. This is working out. I don't feel like dealing with the enemies right now. Music's good. Best effects. Menu? Why is that in actions? Oh, the player menu, the start menu, not the main menu. It's a little complicated. Get out of here. It's out of there. Everything is expensive nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. No other way to put that. Hope you have a great stream and keep doing your thing. Can't wait to see what else you add and whatnot. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I'll do my best. Try to impress all of you. And when I get famous, y'all gonna be like, bro, I was in a stream. We only had like less than 4 viewers. That was me. And you can like quote retweet me. Yeah, quote retweet me in like a A blue sky post. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. Joking, joking. Appreciate the support. It's its own thing. Boss? I think it would be better if all the SFX are in their own thing. I don't think I should put this in the enemy stuff. No problem. Appreciate you. I was about to rename it. SFX. Let's go. Boxing. So is that the enemy hits the player or the player hits the enemy? Skill. Let's put boss effect. Or, let's see. I feel like the enemies are more important than the boss. This isn't Dark Souls, buddy. E2. Boss. Boxing now? Boxing? What? Yeah, that's Jimmy's stuff. Definitely almost done. Because the junk is just a junk. We just need to organize the SFX, and then we can go back and organize the enemies. And it's only been it's been less than 2 hours. Yeah, I thought this would be longer. It's actually crazy. Oh, these are the Jimmy's attacks. Was that clutter then? What I put up? I guess it was. Yeah. Maybe clutter should actually just be clutter. Oops. Actually keep this separate from Jimmy. Because this is the sounds that he makes when... What is this? Actually, hold on. This is when he's walking. This is menu stuff. And this is when he's on the grind rail. Maybe I just make a miscellaneous. How do you spell miscellaneous? Don't judge me. There's an easy way. Alright, and then Jimmy in parenthesis. It's Jimmy stuff too. I think this is, I'm gonna keep this unique to Jimmy. I'll probably still keep all the SFX down here. There's the boss. What I should do, rename this. Have one called E damage and then make another one called E attack. Because that way I know if it's attacking the player or if they're taking damage. Maybe attacking, but that looks ugly. Let me hear this real quick. These are a little low. This sounds like they're taking damage. I wouldn't make attacks that sound like that. At least I don't think so. Unless they like explode it in the environment. I really like this one. I think this is the main one that I use. Because like you hear it, but it's not such a strong sound. Like it's very somber, yet unceremonious. Okay, not using that one. Just so it's at the very top. Just call this A. So like both of those. So that's that. Yeah, that sounds cool as hell. Did not make these sound effects though. It's definitely not my field of expertise. Honestly, music isn't my field of expertise either, but I feel like I'm decent enough in music to where I say, oh yeah, I make music. Is it raining? think this is main menu stuff. This feels like main menu stuff. Maybe not main menu, because I'm probably going to use this in like story menu? Maybe non-combat menu? I guess, yeah, let me keep it main menu. Then I'll make a combat menu. I feel like that makes sense. M2 and the other one M1. Just pause menu, actually. It's probably a lot better. I think it's so crazy. Like, this just made me a little sad that I decided to call it the pause menu and not the start menu. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I just feel a little sad just realizing I said that. Maybe old heads will get it. Dang, I just made myself sad if I call myself an old head. No. Whatever, I'm over it. Okay, so yeah, that's all of this is done. This doesn't really need anything. Enemy scripts, Babu, general. I think I can keep this separate. I think I said that earlier too. Scripts are fine. Rooms are whatever. I think when I get more rooms, I can like have a folder where I separate them by acts, maybe, or like how far the player is in the story. But for right now, it's whatever. So it's this global FFX objects. This is fine. Yeah, that's done and dealt with. Boss things. I feel like I need to organize that. I feel like I need to look through these, not that I need to organize it. Then I'll come back around to Jimmy, but the enemies come first. Man, it's hot. Dang, it is thunderstorming. Hold on. I'm just looking up the weather real quick. Doesn't even say that doesn't even say that it's supposed to be a thunderstorm. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I guess it is tomorrow, whatever. I was opening or expanding all the folders. This one, this one. It's not as many as I thought it would be. Well, first things first, make a clutter folder. And save it. Because everybody gangster until you don't save. me use this enemy. Yeah, he's right here. Look at him. Now, do I want to separate this by the enemies themselves? I think it'll be better if I separated them by, like, either faction or type. Because, this enemy and this enemy, they're supposed to fight completely different from one another. Like, this one is melee focused, this one is magic focused, or long ranged. But, like, I can still put them in the same folder, is what I'm thinking. It's definitely supposed to be in VFX. It doesn't have to be demo enemies anymore. I guess that's fine. Bloody Mary. What you doing in here? Get out. Yeah, get out of here. You have your own folder. User spawner. Second. Call this ads. Oh, right. Right. They are enemies. It'll probably make more sense if I put them in here. Because the point is just to make sure that everything's together or it's in its own workspace. Mobs, then BM in parenthesis. Wanted to put the enemies and the boss closer together. I'll rename this as P1 because I do want them above the boss, or do want the bosses above the enemies. Is that how I had it organized in the other one? Because I feel like I didn't. Enemies are first. I think I said enemies are more important than the boss. Alright. So the name of the debonairly dressed, is that the right word? Men are smooth criminals, and in case that is copywritten, it will be named Dangerous Outfits. Actually, no, I think it is copyrighted. So we'll just go ahead and put all of them there. It says True Clutter. Okay. See. There should be demo enemies and then test enemies. I feel like that makes sense to me. Take off the hyphen. I just remembered. Because the way that I separate them in my head, oh, I didn't know that was what's the word? I didn't know that was before space, the hyphen. The way I'm explaining this in my head is that Demo enemies are enemies I'm using or actively using before they're finished, while test enemies are just me trying to conceptualize something. Honestly, if that's the case, then this should be above. So I'll call it 0. Dummy enemies. Let's test enemies. Yeah, effects, keep it all in one place. Enemy sprites. Probably do it too much. And where would I put it? All of these FFXs. What is this? You can deal with that later. Man, this is really nice, just being able to stream and not having to worry so much about the internet. Now I can spend all my anxiety on making sure the audio is good. Ha 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 ha. I might backtrack on a couple decisions I just made. Let's see. In tracker. Tracker? Oh, that's this is what I use to create a laser effect. Because I don't know how to change the length of the laser dynamically. So I just made it absurdly long. Let's see, so those are bullets. I use this, I use this, I don't use this. You go to the Shadow Realm, no one likes you. What else goes to the Shadow Realm? Bird? Bird? Oh, I think this is supposed to be an enemy, yeah, an actual enemy bird. But I used a butterfly as a placeholder. Test enemy. Gosh darn it. See, I put this here, but it went to this folder. Oh, did I miss? I didn't. Yeah, this is where I'm going to start making these factions. Let's call them fairies. Whoops. Or fae. Fairies. I'll just keep it simple. There's stuff like the Crawfordsville monster, which isn't really a fairy. It is what's the word? What did I call them? Because this game is Dungeons and Dragons inspired, and like there's gonna be an area that is definitely based off of the Feywilds, but then there's gonna be an area based off the Shadowfell. Back blocker. I think this is also testing me. Just outfits. Just for later. This is technically a clutter folder. But if I ever want to make variations. Red mob detect. What the heck is this? Is that his hitbox? I think that's his hitbox. I meant to say hurtbox earlier, but I think this is actually his hitbox. Maybe I will keep these separate, actually. So, red folder here. Then a blue folder. Pretty sure this is a Sprite. I didn't think I would be that good at sprite work. Like I could definitely, you know, practice a little more, but this is really decent. There's a lot of swagger in this casual walk. I really like that. And especially the way he stands. Yeah, nah, I ate. I ate. I guess I should start organizing these actually. Dang, do I want black or white stronger? I think I'll make them the same strength. Which basically means if they are, whoops. Which basically means if they aren't red, blue, black, or white at all, then they are just a different tier of enemy. I might actually make black and white the strongest one, and then Neapolitan is like this weird, I don't know, teenager phase the enemy goes through before they make it to that level. I feel like that's nice. I'm gonna preemptively put it like this so I can remind myself later, passively. Why did I name this like this? Oh yeah, good job, past me. So these are done for now. I still need to work on them, but they're organized. Fairies. Maybe I can separate them as Summer Fae and Winter Fae. Do I want to use Autumn and Spring? Because this isn't just D&D, but I think wherever fairies, whatever mythology fairies are derived from in general, there has always only been, as far as I know, a summer and a winter court. There hasn't been any other season, and I wonder why. And now I'm wondering if I can be a little cheeky, instead of having summer and winter fae, it would be autumn and spring fae. Because I feel like that's I feel like that's a little bit more symbolic, even though I feel that autumn and spring are like in between summer and winter. Yeah, because I feel like summer and winter are like the main two seasons, and then the other two are just transitionary seasons. Even though I prefer those two, I feel like it's even more, what's the word, narratively sound, just because spring is all about rebirth, while autumn is more about like death and the transition into something newer. Spring court and fall court. Does that sound nice? I think that's how I answer myself. Summer court, winter court, spring court, fall court. Autumn's a little too poetic, so it's gonna be fall court. You know what? Yeah. I'll see how I like it. I can change it later. Fall courts. Great group. Spring court. Cool. This is definitely. And then the Shrubel. Oh, are they not? I feel like instead of naming that 0, I'll go ahead and just name it 2. I might name it 9. But I feel like if enemies are done, or if I have like a clear concept of what they are, then they should be 0. So they're at the very top. So 0 dangerous outfits. And then let's see, where did it just go? Here we go. 0 fairies. Let's just go on VFX. think I think it could go in VFX, but I think it should be its own folder, and I should call it hazards. Okay. Go ahead and save. We're getting there. Oh my goodness. This is kind of like the exact opposite of brain rot, but it still has the same effect. Good morning. Good morning. Alpha? Oh my god. Can you guys hear that? I doubt it. I'm using Vegas NVIDIA broadcast, and it like it takes out all background noise, but that was really loud. I feel like I should. Yeah, hold on. I doubt there will be a power outage, but just in case there is, I should probably charge all my stuff. Give me 1 sec. And just Control S for yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. But yeah, I just put my phone on the charger. I don't feel like hooking up my laptop. So if there's a power outage, there's a power outage. Do you use GameMaker, how well? Or do you like prefer other engines? Oh, that's one. Sprites. I guess blue sprites or local would be better. GameMaker Godot, Pico 8, Love 2D, Pygame. I know 3 of those. Was Love 2D the engine used for Balatro? I forget, but I remember it was Love something. It's really cool. It's nice to have other game designers and developers in here. I used to it was cool. I respect that. I respect that. I definitely have not heard. I actually haven't. I don't hear much of most like the less well-known game engines. Like I just know I know the big 3 in Game Maker. What is the big 3? Unreal definitely, Unity definitely, Godot? Question mark. Is Game Maker part of the big 3? Part of me feels like it is. I feel like it was, and then Undertale definitely established it. I don't know. Let's maybe that's a question for another time, or a debate for another time. Game Maker's the big 4. I respect that. So yeah, there's nothing really in here. Enemy hell. SP and SPR? What the heck? Okay, so this one is... Oh, whoops. So this one is useless. Yeah, that one is useless. And this is the completed one. I guess that's why it's SP and not SPR. Keep going clear. Pico 8 is a fantasy console? Like actually a console? Wait, is that... no, I'm thinking of the, there's a streamer I watch, Peeperson, and he has like this console or this handheld that was fairly recent, came out like maybe 4 years ago. The Game Buddy or something like that. I don't know. Let me look up Pico 8 real quick. Okay, let's see. Definitely have to start researching more game engines. Not an actual console. What's a fantasy console? Oh, is it like fantasy console as in people make game designers make a game for a console that doesn't exist? Is that what it is? Like an emulator for a console that never existed. That's really cool. Is it really an emulator though? If that's the case, I guess you mean like emulator to explain it to me. Sweet Tooth. What are you doing here? So, spoiler alerts, this is a boss, but I'm wondering if I should put him in the enemies folder or the boss folder. Because he has no mechanics to him right now. I guess he'll be a mini boss first. But then do I make a section for mini bosses? Just put him here. I'll figure it out later. What the heck? What is wrong with me? I think Bloody Mary is gonna be the first boss. Like the first mega boss of the game. Sweet Tooth might be number 4. I can always change this later. Oh, and this needs to be in Bloody Mary's folder. Does emulate all that stuff? That's interesting. Cool sprites, very NES core. Thank you. That's what I was going for. I'm glad you noticed. Let me make it 8. I feel like that makes sense. Now I feel icky. I'll make it 10. So this project actually started as... No, I guess that makes sense. So this project actually started as a assignment, so to speak. Well, it really started as concept art, then I turned it into an assignment, and then it turned into its own indie game project. This thing basically has a mind of its own at this point. But yeah, this stream I was just organizing a whole bunch of folders because I told myself like, hey, I just need to get this out the way. Just sit down and organize everything. I do feel a lot better just about this in general. Like I feel like I just know where everything is now. And it's very helpful. It's clutter. This feels like a very important object, but server, sure. Well, so I guess this would be a game master. Call it. I feel like I need to put this at the top. So 0A. Maybe brains. Oh, space is higher than that. I guess that makes sense. There we go. Don't forget you can delete folders you don't use. Yeah. Like these folders right here, like they're placeholders so I know where to put stuff later. But there definitely is like a couple folders I could delete. But I'm scared. Because what if Game Maker, I don't know, what if Game Maker does something? Like, hey bro, you deleted that folder, and guess what? You had all those enemies and assets in there. And we didn't show them to you. I'm like, no. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Okay, so yeah, I think what was it? Demo enemies and test enemies. I need to make sure those are all organized. This can go in clutter. I don't need these. Bird. Yeah, I think I just need to organize this and I'm done with this enemies folder. So that's nice. That's why I use source code. Source code. There's also a setting for manual sorting folders. There is? source control. I keep hearing that. I thought source control was just using GitHub and just making sure that you have multiple instances, I guess, multiple instances of a project. I thought that's what source control was. This object. I don't know if I actually use this object. I don't feel like I do. I feel like these are both clutter though. Can deal with you later, if ever. GitHub is an example of source control. You can push, commit individual changes so that if you mess something up, you can always go back and change it. Okay. I want to ask a question, but I don't know. I don't know how unique my problem with GitHub was for this project. Not this project, but I was in a game jam last month. I'm pretty sure, yeah, at the beginning of last month. So it's set up with like GitHub desktop. Yeah. I use GitHub for this, but I was in a game jam last month, and something happened where after one of my teammates pushed the project, his file couldn't load anymore. I was like, okay, that's weird. Well, let me see what happens when I do it. And so I downloaded his version from GitHub, and then my project didn't work. Like, okay, well that sucks, it didn't work. I guess we'll lose like 5 hours of progress, but that's fine, whatever. And then I loaded the last save, or the last project, and it just didn't work. I was like, what the heck? That's not how that's supposed to work. Are we using different IDE versions? I don't know. You're saying a bunch of new words. Let me see. IDE GitHub. Is that over platform for an on-demand cloud development? What does it mean? IDE Game Maker. Oh yeah, we were using the same version of Game Maker, because I was actually using the Steam version. And then he was all like, Ryan, that version of Game Maker is trash, use this one. But I don't wanna. And then after I did, he was like, oh my gosh, the Steam version of Game Maker was trash. But no, we were using the desktop version. Automatic updates, yeah. I don't know what it is, but like the desktop version of Game Maker just feels better. Like I feel like there's a lot of stuttering with the Steam version for some reason. I can't really put my finger on it. I disabled automatic Windows updates today. I get you. And like I'm not that tech savvy. Like I'm a jack of all trades when it comes to a lot of things. So I won't be able to get like the intricacies of, you know, being that far into just understanding, I guess, just the technical aspect of all game development. Do you use Windows 10? Why are there two dummy? Oh wait, those are sprites. Is this the object? Right. Of course it's an object. Go ahead. Rename this. Dangerous outfits, fairies. Enemy VFX, hazards for the VFX. then test enemies. You should no. You should guess which version I use. I use Windows 11. I would assume it's either 11 or actually wouldn't know. I would guess 11 actually. I guess you would know because the taskbar is definitely different. Because when I was a kid, I'd always had the taskbar on the side and not at the bottom. And so when Windows 11 forced that, I was really upset. It was not that big of a deal. No way, me too. The reason I did it is because you can move it to the left. You can? No, it's probably locked. View, test view, widgets, test view. Do I need widgets? I don't think I do. Actually, I don't know. It's actually really nice just seeing the weather, so I can complain about how hot it is. I guess I'll look at that later. But the reason I put the taskbar on the side is because I used to play Fiesta when I was a teenager, a young teenager, or a younger teenager. I'm not a teenager now, whatever. When I was younger, I used to play Fiesta. Did I? I'll worry about it later. I used to play Fiesta, and you know our computer wasn't great, so we couldn't full screen it. It can only play in Windows, or when you did full screen, like you missed part of it. And so it kind of always clipped through the taskbar, and then eventually realized if we just put it to the side, then we can't see the entire game. And I just got used to that after that. Aw. This is good. Dang, this folder is useless. Wait, no, these are sprites. My God. Spider? That's funny. What was I talking about? Oh, I was saying, yeah, we used to play Fiesta, and we couldn't full screen it, and we played it in Windows. The taskbar would just cover over the screen, and then we realized, oh, if we just put it on the side, we could still see the entire game. And I just got used to that. But I don't think I doxed myself. We'll figure it out later. I don't know what this bird object. I guess it is a dummy enemy. Oh, a dummy flyer. Where's the sprite? New flyer, fly. What the heck is this? Such a long name, and for what? Name it email at least. Oh, I mean, yeah. I appreciate the concern though. Yeah. This, yeah, I think that's it for enemies. Yeah, the enemies folders organized. As soon as that, obviously add more enemies. But that's done as far as I know. The bosses, well, the boss is organized. So what did I say? I think I said Jimmy. Yeah, and I said I need to look through the environments, but I don't need to do anything with it. Don't worry, I have a marketable name. I'm actually really glad. Yeah, because, yeah, I don't know, because I really want to get, I don't want to be famous, but I do want to be known, if that makes sense. So I don't really think there's, like, any reason to not say my name or whatever. But yeah, my name is definitely marketable. I think it's something, the way I think it works is if your first name is, my name isn't strong marketing material. I'm so sorry to hear that. I think the reason my name is marketable, quote unquote, is because they're just two first names put together. I think you can just do that when you have two first names. And also, apparently there's this famous character. Apparently there's this really well-known character from Need for Speed who has my name, and I remember actually looking up the voice clip for the announcer saying their name because maybe I can use that one day. Maybe I can use that one day. Okay, so what are we dealing with? The HUD. Jimmy. Projectiles. Oh my gosh, there's so much. I think I should put the sprites inside the objects. Because that's what I did with everything else. I think that works. Let's call this player projectiles. There's one video game character with my first name. It's always neat. I think it's always interesting when you find out a character shares your birthday. And bonus points if it's a character you like. What characters? What character does share my birthday? I remember there was someone. So maybe a regular deck. It's funny. Are these both just sprites? Or are they the same thing? Huh? Okay, I get it. This is what I used first. And then I changed the way, oh no, this is what I used first, and I changed the way it worked because it made more sense in terms of programming. Do I have a clutter? Yeah, I do, okay. I don't want to worry about the sprites or the HUD just yet. Get out of here. This doesn't really need anything for me to do. I don't think Jimmy has any other VFXs tied to him. Yeah. Here's our chain rope. These are two. What? Oh, I think I just used this to make this. Yeah, I used this to make that. Okay. What is wrong with me? Why did I do this? Why is the origin on the top left and not in the middle? Whatever, it works. I don't care. Test bolts. Right. Should change the name of these. Just so they're closer together. So. Maybe this. I should change my name to Frisk Undertale. I'm sure you got a cool name. Just call it. I feel like that would make sense to me. What the? Oh. What the? Seriously? I misspelled all three of them. I'm so angry. The worst part is that, like, I didn't misspell them the same way. They were all misspelled differently. That makes me angry. I don't even feel tired tonight. It's unique in Spanish, but not as cool as Frisk Undertale. My brother, I don't think my brother has a Spanish name, but my brother's name is Spanish. If that makes sense. I guess chain rope is fine. Everything. Test chain? This goes in clutter. This is a crazy thing to name a child. No. It's the Spanish name for the Spanish word for diamond. I don't know, because I feel like I am oxymoronically both a very humble and arrogant person. We just talked about how marketable my name was. I don't think my brother's name is that marketable, but if I had his name, I wouldn't know how to act. I would have been pompous, high and mighty. And I guess he is in a way. My entire life. Because I think his name is both pretty and majestic at the same time. That's whatever. Harry Mother, what the heck? Okay, what is all this? This can also go in clutter. Let me minimize FFX. What's the difference? Which one do I use? I think it's so funny that I didn't even look at the script today. It's just been organizing. So I used 2. But what's the difference? Quick charge. Oh, blessed chain. Okay, I'm tripping. Sacred chain. Okay, I think I got a naming scheme. AB chain attack. I really like that. This one, AA chain attack. I'll take it. The difference is molecular structure. Gotta nickname him Charcoal to fix the ego. That's crazy. He's definitely a handful, but I love him. He'll never hear that from me directly, though. Oh, it's AC. Just so they're all close together, but in the order that makes me happy. What's crazy is that this is supposed to be... Oh, okay, that makes sense, because it looks like I separated them in the script. This is a little convoluted, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they all use the same sprites, so that's why they don't look that different in the preview. But they have different codes, which makes them use different images from the sprite. The heck? So that's projectiles. How else will you trick them into giving you money? Wait, hold on. I think I missed some. Get your family. Know you love and appreciate them. It's a symbiotic relationship. I feel like everyone's family is stressful in some way, but like there's definitely love involved. I feel like most people, because not everyone is fortunate enough to have it like that, and I definitely am, or I'm definitely fortunate to have a family like that. If I'm being honest, I think I'm one of the pillars of the family, and I don't think they'll deny that. But still. I think I'll just call this BI. Oh wait, no, I named these already. I feel like this naming scheme is funnier. I'll be sophisticated this time. So this one's Expo. Who's it? This one's BG. Your mother and parry attack. I think this can use the masters folder. So 0 masters. You just have these up here so they're separated from everything. There's scripts. We've met 3 hours, that's nice. You effed up a fancy cheesecake? Well, hold on. Yeah, you effed up a fancy cheesecake recipe? You think I still have worth? You definitely still have worth. How? You definitely do, it's okay. We all mess up our cheesecakes. I just think it's really crazy that I'm pretty sure the first cheesecake that was ever made was vanilla. Vanilla flavored cheesecake, and it's just been downhill ever since. Like, how do you follow up vanilla cheesecake? You can make chocolate cheesecake, and you can make double decker dip chocolate chip, German fudge, whatever cheesecake, and it just doesn't compare to vanilla. I think that's the real crime here. Where do we put the player sprites? I guess it's fine where it is. Wait, ain't this cluttered? No, it's not. Ain't it? Down here for some reason, whatever. Is this an object? It is an object. Why is it image? What is wrong with me? Just so it's at the very top. Image. What the heck? Okay, must have missed. Okay, I just remember one of the reasons I had to organize everything. Because Jimmy, main character Kun. It's right here. Main character Kun actually has a sprite sheet, and all of his sprites are in this file. You know, at first I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, we're being authentic. Because like having a sprite sheet in NES. But then the more I have to deal with it, the more I'm like, dang. Maybe I should just make separate sprite sheets. Like have them dependent on the action itself and not just trying to code everything he does. But you must have like 2 whole steps. Which ones were they? Because at the end of the day, even if your cheesecake is this mess of, I don't know, cheese, cream, and milk, if it still tastes good and it's still like nutritious, I think you won. Important step. Did you burn it? This should be in VFX. What the heck? This does not have an object tied to it. What would it be if not an object? Is it a projectile? No. Let me just look up ground pound. Where are you? Projectile? It's not a projectile. Let's see. I'm gonna call this clutter for sprites. And I think as I make I'll make a new folder just called it animations, and this is where I'm gonna put all of his sprites. I'll do better next time, I swear. I got you. It tastes fine, but separate. I don't like how I understood what you meant by that. It's crazy. Yeah, you'll do better next time. It's okay. Okay. Stay idle. Jimmy has 3 attacks. 3? Fireball, melee, ground pound. Let's see, ATK. It's actually called Holy Book. Holy Bolt or Holy Bolt? Let's see. ATK. Chain. Crystal. Style? I think I'm gonna call this drag. Add a 1 in front of them. Maybe a 0. Nah, 1's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That said, B2. Tech chain reversal, tech holy gold, style drag, style ground down. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Clutter. Put that here because it's clutter, so it's fine. Instead of sprites, call it sprite sheet because that is a sprite sheet. Jimmy, after image. I don't really need this anymore. So I didn't know how to make I can show an enemy. Oh no, where's the enemy? Well, if I go to enemies, Aries, and then the fall court. Oh my gosh, he's right here. Which one's the newest one? I think it's this. Oh yeah, that's the old one. Hold on. Get out of here. This one? Yeah, before I learned how to do this little effect right here, I basically just made a second object that just copied Jimmy's movements. So I can have that little after shadow effect. But now that I actually learned the little technique for that VFX, I actually don't need that object anymore. So I might put it in the clutter. I should take it out first, like in terms of the code. Okay. 3 hours strong. This, man, I've said this a lot so far, but it's really nice. Just everything's in its own place. Oof. What was I just doing though? See clutter, boxing, blah blah blah. That definitely sounds like clutter. To me, it's effects. I think this is fine. Oh my goodness. Search actions. I should separate these even further. Detonate slap. No, that's fine. Yeah, put them all in there. Keep these in standard. Clutter, which don't really have a use. Just so they're closer together. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Jimmy's finished. I can start honestly, I could do that now. Take me away, dream train. I'm ready to sleep. Aw. It is getting around that time. Because I took a nap before stream. Because my sleeping habits has never been great. But I had to wake up early because I don't donate plasma on the side. And I just like getting the donation out the way before the building gets crowded. Speaking of which, I need to eat a little bit more excessively so I can gain some more weight and make more money. Alright, I need to look through the environment, so I don't want to do that now or later. Because I was gonna say, there's really not much for me to do in just Game Maker alone, in terms of what I plan to do. But I can start making separate sprite sheets so that I'll be able to code that stuff in later. Because I think the programming I did do with just a sprite sheet has been very what's the word, competent. Like I'm generally proud of myself for being able to do it that way. But the further along I get, I'm like, nah, I need to change this. It needs to be way more convenient. There's really not much to do in the backgrounds though. Wait, Half, isn't it morning for you? What are you doing tired? Chicago skyline blocks. Yeah, I'll do that. And then these ones are floors. And just to keep in line with what I have been doing so far. Did I spell Chicago right? Yes, I did. Color help. I think it's actually pretty efficient putting sprites within the folder of their objects. These should actually be markers, not floors. Where's the stage? Beach. It's actually the foreground. Definitely put them in here though. But what do I want to call this? I guess platforms. A little bit more sophisticated than block. Should be in clutter. I think put that in buildings. Let me call this structures actually. Then I'll have an extra one called textures. Which are these? I do want this. I guess I can have this as a master. Just so I know where it is. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I use that to see how fast Jimmy is going when I'm actually testing the game itself. I should probably separate these. Because it's its own level. It's funny. Textures. How did I misspell window? Maybe I don't want to ask that question. Texture, structure, and structure sprites. I guess this can be outside environment. Yeah, that's fine. We have a spray like right here. I guess I could just make these right now. 64. I think. What's the game? I think the game is. I'm tripping. I can literally just. $16 by 16, and I think I multiplied it by 4, and then I added 1. No. Jimmy's sprite is odd. Everything else is even. An even number of pixels. So I can just make these in the game real quick. We want to have this. I'm gonna make clutter real quick. This be 16 by 16. Bottom left, I think everything is. see real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm tripping. The worst part about, or what sucks about these, is that they're a little bit too defined. And so it's hard to see Jimmy next to them. I think this is the only one that really works. So I don't even have to copy all of them. I was about to preemptively make a sprite for all of them, but after realizing that I don't really need to. This is one, okay. Oh right, and something very important. Where is it at? Definitely not in sprites, but I'll double check. Yeah. I'm looking for the color palette. Because it didn't really fit anywhere, I didn't think to put it up. But I do need it. Here we go, color help. Where do I want to put this? I guess clutter is fine. I'll put it in clutter. Or sprites, that makes more sense. Because I actually use it. So now we just come here. Edit. This probably won't translate very well, unfortunately. Maybe I just have to copy it. I'm already doing that. Let me see. It. Does it get everything? Does it actually get everything? I feel like it did. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 48. Is it 48 colors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's just blacks and grays, whatever. Did it squash the actual colors and mix them? No, it did not. Okay. I'm gonna make this gray one first. What the? Is this one? Yeah. I think I have to pick the ones that are like really light. Darn, I don't have the grays. I'll just use the blues and then change the color later. Set 2. Whoops. It's 4. Skip 2 up. Close this out. Leave one open. I think it's 3. Yeah, 3. 3 spaces. 2. It's just that pattern. And now think about it, now that I know how 9 slices work, I don't even have to like repeat making this object. I can just stretch it out. It goes all the way down. I need to get this darker one. It's a little to look at. I'm so sorry, guys. So yeah, we'll save that. We'll just keep, make sure that's a copy that stays around. Duplicate it. So let's make a different frame. Go ahead and just erase everything. I feel like I could have done this more efficiently. It's fine. Need to grab this one again. That's 2. That's 2. I don't actually have to copy this exactly, but I really like how this looks. So that's bricks. Oh, that's all the stone stuff. The wood is really simple. What the heck? Yeah, wood is really simple. Just this. Heck yeah. There's 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me grab on that one. Let me duplicate it. This one, should be 8. Oh. Yeah, that's all of those. And I think that's literally everything. Yeah, I can make these lampposts. I can't make these trees. I have to export these trees. I'm not making those trees. So what's the size of this? $17 by $115. It's weird, but sure. Not that many colors. Should be fine. Oh, let's make this one too. And this one is $9 by 102. Seems simple. Guess I don't really need to make the colors exactly 1-to-1 since I'm gonna change them later. See it? Holy crap. I think this goes all the way to the end. Oh, it's too low. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. We'll just use a gray. I'm sorry. I think I can just grab this and take it all the way down. Yeah. very bottom. I can just go from the ground up. Oh, it's this whole thing. Oh, it isn't. Oh, wait, no. Yes, it is. It's 2. 2. And then 1. I can change the colors later. Bottom left. If I just real quickly. I can barely see it. Okay, this is gonna be tedious, but whatever. Structures. Structures of buildings. Foregrounds, objects, environments. It's not a back alleys. Oh, it is in Z clutter. I'm tripping. So yeah, now we can just boom. Wow, that's right. We'll duplicate this real quick, just so I keep it. 40, 28, 68. Man, that's tall. Let's bring this back to 17. I think it's just times 2, not times 4. So this should be 24. This is more appropriate. It's very thin though. This is like a basic house. Need to make it thicker later. And if I did, made it 48. What the? Open. Cancel. I messed up the math. It was supposed to be 34, not 24. I guess it's still it didn't break, so it's whatever. Okay, this makes way more sense. It should be fine once I add in the better color. I gotta figure out how I want to do lighting. I think I should make that it's like literally its own folder outside of everything else. Just have a folder dedicated to lighting, or like lighting like effects. Alright, you don't need to be anymore. Goodbye. What's the next one? This one's gonna be a little bit of a doozy. It should be fun. Save. Even lighter? That's crazy. I don't need those strips. Six. Oh, we miss. Huh? Oh, I'm on the line thing. Yeah. See. Which one is it? Dang. _2. Wait, was it? _1. Why 1? I did not need to go here. Okay, so these can be deleted. Whatever. These are what I'm looking for. I think this one's to back up. I don't know which colors I used. I actually don't think we need Ace Bright anymore. Let me double check. Yeah. Let's look at it actually. So there's this one really close reds. I think it's these two. Actually, I need to do this again to make sure I got the right red, because this thing is weird. Pretty sure it's this red. Go ahead and duplicate these so I can see what they both look like. Right, because I was still in that color. Gosh darn it. A little too strong, that one. My goodness. They both alright. This one. Hey. Ooh, I did not. That's crazy. Let me put these closer together. Actually, first way out is nice. Okay. Honestly, isn't much to do with this. It's kind of whatever. I guess since they're supposed to be the same color. Goodness. It's so productive. I think I'll actually in this little clutter folder put sprites. So in case I ever need to refer back to them. This will be these two. These two. You can build everything else around them. Oof. Do you want to start doing animations? Because I feel like I've met my quota for streaming. Technically, I'm supposed to stream until 1:30. About. I wanted to start it. I wanted to start the stream earlier, but yeah, like I said, I took a nap, but that nap took me. Alright, let's see what we're working with. Spreadsheet. Oh, goodness. I guess it wouldn't be that bad because all I'm literally doing is just copying and pasting them. So if I just do this, shift, okay. And I need to make a sprite that is 66 in dimensions. Start walking. I can just, oh thank goodness. I think Jimmy walks, I think his speed is 3. What am I doing? Just look. 3. Okay. What do I want to call this? I think it should be Anim. It's the prefix. Cycle. Let's go cycle. It is, but too much. I think. Okay, this is a lot easier than I thought it would be. Or it's going to be a lot easier than I thought. Running. I can also just copy this. Different versions for the level that he runs at. Where do I want to separate that? I guess I could do it right after the J. Walking doesn't matter though. It should be for running. These camps going in, hold on. Should be 0. Downtown binary, never ending. That's nice. Duplicate this. Go ahead and just grab all of these. I'm not using this one. I'll deal with that later. Still on this one. Gonna have to get all of these. Maybe I'll deal with that for another time. Because I'm getting tired and I do need to find something to eat. Maybe I could just chill for like the next 20 or so minutes. Like I did. I don't know. I got a lot done today. And I am streaming tomorrow also. Like I feel... Oh, wait. Okay, let me do one more thing actually. At least for sure. It's the workspace. I don't feel like dealing with the environments. Finish the environments. Added animations. I'm not gonna put that into the code for a while because I would have to restructure. Not all of it, not even most of it, but a lot of it. Because it was designed around using one sprite sheet or one image. Now I think about it. So also another reason I did this is because it's difficult to keep another object within the same, I don't know, space of a different object. If you're trying to copy its location. I don't know how easy that is to understand, but basically. Because I spawn Jimmy's attacks next to him, they aren't always one-to-one with where he is in the world. So the better solution is to have it as one entire object, both Jimmy and his attack, or at least his melee attacks. And so that's also why I'm doing this, is so the hitboxes can be more one-to-one, or so the animations can be more one-to-one, cleaner, smoother, etc. Okay. What was that one thing I wanted to do? Right, I need to look at Jimmy's code. What the heck is this? Oh, this is Jimmy's code. Because I need to have parts where the code just doesn't read inputs, or Jimmy is not allowed to do anything. And that's already implemented in a sense, but it doesn't have that much variety. I think actually Jimmy. Here we go. Step. Yeah, right here. If I start the game like this, then Jimmy is considered inactive and the player can't move him at all. The problem is that I want to do more of this, but in different situations. So I want to give this variety, not just, oh, Jimmy's inactive. Because I think I did this for cutscenes, but I also need to add it for if Jimmy gets hit and he gets stunned, he can't move for a while. If Jimmy is already doing an action, then the player isn't allowed to move him anymore until that action is finished. Like stuff like that. I need to implement this in the code actually, and not just outside of it. So where is that? Where would I put it? I think everything in this code, or all of Jimmy's movements, is literally just one section, and everything else is just logic. Left. Okay, so it's all this. Yeah. And this is the logic that follows after his actions. Okay, so it is after can move. Thought I saw something. I'll just make something simple and deal with it for later. What states do I want to have? Stunned. Drag. Sure. I'll figure it out later. Okay. Alright, my good people. I'm technically ending a little early than I'm quote unquote supposed to. But now I think about it, 5 hours. 5 hours is kind of crazy. But this is more return stream than anything else. So thank you guys for watching the VOD, the YouTube video, however you stumbled across this strange media. I appreciate you guys for being here, supporting the streams, supporting the channel, the support in general. YouTubers, I think most of you guys are asleep. Oh my gosh, thanks for the stream. Kagnar, no problem, dude. The Rogue, you play D&D? Is that your favorite class? It's not as cool, but yeah, YouTubers. YouTubers, I'm gonna make some videos real soon. I say that a lot, but I'm serious this time. Probably Tuesday, probably Wednesday, but I'm gonna make some videos real soon. Elden Ring's definitely gonna come back. I'm gonna call it the first playthrough, because that game is really me and that game has a crazy relationship. But that's most of the updates. I'll update you guys soon. I'll do more with the Discord, or yeah, because I'm back officially. Well, a lot of things are going on, but it's time for me to bid you adieu, farewell, sayonara, hasta la vista, hasta luego, arrivederci. All the goodbyes, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. But until then, as usual, peace. Let me see if there's someone I can Okay. there's this artist that I think is really cool. She hasn't streamed in a while. But you know, I appreciate her. We're gonna show her some support. We're gonna rate her. Be kind, be nice. I'm sure you guys will be. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you later. Peace.